sorry that yours is different and it's tearing me up within. Can't keep moving back and forth. I go my way, you go yours. Lost in the middle of it all. Will things be the same when I come back? Don't forget you told me that you'll always pick up when I call. I take a love to go. 'Cause everywhere I go, you'll be my home. I take a love to go. No matter where I go, you'll be my home. I take a love to go. Got no hesitation, have to deal with the tears.
Good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome to the first of our two junior individual competition days. This will be our junior individual competition, all part of our 2022 FEI North American Youth Dressage Championships. Placing of our judges. Our judge at E is Sandra Smith from the Argentine. At H, Gabriel Armando from the Argentine. C is Lee Tubman from Canada. M, Sandra Holtz from the United States. And B is Maria Schwenneson from Australia. So our first to go in our junior individual competition is going to be 119, Gallardo SW, and 11-year-old Dutch Warmblood Gelding by Bretton Woods out of Ashanti SW by Sandreo, bred in the Netherlands at the Snyder's Stables, owned by Mackenzie and Shari Miller, ridden by Mackenzie Miller from Arizona.
Well, good morning everybody and welcome to another exciting action of dressage. Another exciting day of dressage action here at the FEI North American Youth Championships. Mackenzie Miller is the first rider out of the starting gate in this dressage competition. And as I say, this is the junior individual competition. So we've had the junior team competition and today we're bringing you the junior competition. We'll be following that with the junior freestyle on Sunday. Mackenzie Miller with Gallardo SW. She rides for the USA Region 5. Of course, for dressage we're separated into regions. It's zones for jumping. So you'll see in your graphics in the bottom left hand corner her trending scores, the scores she gets for each movement, and then the trending percentage. So a 6.2 for the entry and halt for Mackenzie Miller. Region 5 covers the states of Arizona, Colorado and East Montana, as well as New Mexico and West Texas. So Mackenzie's had a little bit of a journey here today to get to these championships, but these really are absolutely the pinnacle of the competition for these young dressage athletes and their horses. There you just saw the point where the horse is required to stretch on a long rein as part of that circle. Nice extension of the frame and the horse taking the contact down, which is what the judges are looking for there. A little loss of balance in the corner there, just coming out of the extended trot. Remember, there's a separate mark for the transitions, so what they need to do is show a very clear transition between the extended and the collected trot. Just saw a little loss of balance there. So a 6.6 for those transitions. In the walk movements, we're really looking for regularity, activity of the steps, but also the sort of maintenance of the rhythm and a forward tendency. Two half pirouettes in walk in this test. Coefficient of 2 for the extended walk, so it's a very important part of the test this. We're really looking for the ground cover of the steps, looking for a good overtrack here as well. Looking for the horse again to be stretching down to the contact. Nice clear difference in the medium canter across that diagonal line to P. The horses have really got to be listening to the riders. They've really got to be completing these moves absolutely on the aids, because we have both flying changes of leg and a simple change of leg, as you just saw on the centre line. Nice change there as well. Jumps through well. Yeah, a 4 for the one on the centre line there.
Now at the final salute.
Nice hooked finish, and she looks absolutely thrilled with that horse, and well she
Mackenzie
should.
Miller from Arizona with Gallardo SW. Attending Arizona State University, and a successful riding career with state and regional championship titles when she was younger. Also competed at the USCF Children National Championships at Lamplight.
Well, we'll bring you the score for Mackenzie Miller as soon as we have it.
Off-roading.
We have a great lineup of horses and riders to come in this very competitive running of this competition. Mackenzie Miller with that 11-year-old Dutch-bred gelding, looking absolutely thrilled with that performance for Zone 5. Remember, this is an individual competition, so no scores for a team competition here.
So our next in now is going to be number 120, Irino S.
There we have then the confirmed score for Mackenzie Miller. It's 62.030, not much of a discrepancy between the marks from the judges. Judge at M has her a little higher up than the judge at C, but they are generally about in agreement. In fact, the judges at E and C with the exact same marks, not something you see particularly often.
Gabriel Armando, 62.059. From the judge at C, Lee Tubman, 61.471. Judge at M, Sandra Hutz.
So just over 62% then for Mackenzie
from the
Miller.
judge at B, Maria Schwenneson, 62.059.
Getting us off to a nice start in this competition. The sun shining in Traverse City, and it's quite a still morning. We've had a little bit of a breeze on some other mornings in this championships, but beautiful conditions for some dressage action for the junior competitors. Our next competitor is now heading into the arena. This is Anna Yost with Irieno S. This is just a 9-year-old, so a relatively young horse for the dressage levels. Another Dutch bred by Davino VOD. Anna, an 18-year-old rider. There you see her personal best is 64.176. She represents Region 7 for the USA. And this is certainly a pair that you want to be looking out for in our lineup today. She's the junior team test champion with Irieno S. That was at the USDF Region 7 Championships. She has her USEF bronze medal. done with the quarters a little more over in at the half past there. But nice to see the horse stretching down a little to take the contact. Perhaps could have stretched down slightly more. Yeah, so it gets a 6.5 for the given retake of the reins. That's a separate mark in its own right. This pair have had some lovely results recently. They competed at the CDI show at Rancho Murrieta in April of this year, scored 65.727 to win the junior team test. Also won the individual junior test, this very test, with 64.176. She's trending close to that score now. They had a great performance in their freestyle at that show as well, scored 70.82%. Absolutely have the potential. Remember, we'll be bringing you that freestyle action live on Sunday morning. Nice extension of the frame in the extended walk movement. Remember again, we have mark to cover the transitions there as well. Going from the extended walk into the collected walk, they'll be looking at the transition too. That's a 6 for the collected. Nice transition to the canter. It's an obedient test. Nice change as well, jumps through pretty evenly there. Gets a nice 7 for the collected canter. And some good marks coming through here. Fraction late behind in the change, but see a 7.1 for the previous change. Really nice mark. .3 for the simple change of leg. It was nice to see just a couple of walk steps before striking off quickly. That's something that they're looking for as well. They have to have 3 to 5 clear walk steps, but not more. You can see that Anna's been working on these flying changes because she's getting some lovely marks for those, some 7.3s. Bear in mind that Rancho Murrieta show, she scored 64.176 to win the junior individual, but she's trending quite a little way above that now. She's trending over 65%. I should think she'd be very thrilled with this mark. The horse was extremely obedient, really working well for her in this test.
Biking, hiking, and outdoor activities, reading, and playing the saxophone.
7.2 for the other change. Well, again, we'll bring you that score as soon as we can, but in terms of the trending score, Anna Yost for Region 7 is certainly looking very strong, trending over 65%.
And next in now is going to be 106 JP Zeppelin.
Of course, it's really important to have the judges all the way around the arena. They're situated there so that the judges can see the tests from all different angles. You can check the straightness on the various different lines.
Kaylee Knollman from
On
Ohio.
the centre line for the judge at C. Judges at on the corners of the arena can really see the straightness on the diagonal for those movements, you know, for the mediums and for the extended movements in this test. Judge at E also seeing some different angles as well, and that's really important, and that's where we get the discrepancy between the judges, which is really essential here to make sure that we can see exactly what is happening from all different angles. Well, following Anna Yost into the ring, we'll be just getting those graphics updated for you as soon as possible. Following Anna Yost in is Kaylee Knollman of the USA with this lovely grey horse. It's a 10-year-old gelding by Lucy Das out of a Hussar mare owned by Rebecca Stromat. The horse is JP Zeppelin. Kaylee was on the 4th place team for the USA Region 2 last year on this very same horse. Career best score 58.5, but that's in the individual test. There we have Anna Yost's score for you, 65.676. So takes this early lead. I should think we might see a few going ahead of her. So Kaylee Knollman now for Region 2. Region 2 covers Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Michigan, Ohio, West Virginia, except the counties of Morgan, Berkeley and Jefferson, and Wisconsin. She's a youth representative for the KDA and MODA. She's certainly a rider who's no stranger to the international competitions, and with this horse as well. Working on some higher movements with Zeppelin as well, working on the Piaffe and Passage. They're not required in this test, but she obviously has an eye on the higher levels as well. The personal best in the junior individual was 68%, and that's something that she scored in qualifying for these North American Youth Championships. Trending around 64.6 at the moment, getting some sixes, a couple of seven, heading towards the 7 marks. She hit 73% in her freestyle test back in January at Ocala. Great start to the year for them, and now continues it with some very nice marks here, a 6.9 for some of the walk movements. just swings the quarters out in the flying change there. Really needs to try to keep the straightness where she can, so that tells you why that score is a little lower. I think the medium and the extended moves are not something that would come easily to this horse. Yeah, again, really needs to keep a little more straightness in the change. He's really having to sort of swing his quarters over to get that. Not much of a difference in terms of the extension of the frame. And the extended canton there again really has to throw the quarters over to get the flying change, which is a shame.
Now at the
The
final
walk steps into the halt, but still looks really pleased with the horse, and I know that Zeppelin is perhaps her top ride at the moment, one that she's really aiming for these championship tests, but they've been working so hard over the year, you know, they competed here last year, but it's great to see them working hard throughout the year to develop this partnership even more, beating around the country, heading down to Akala,
from the judge at M, a percentage of 66.176.
work on their test.
And to be a 65.294, and that'll give them a 65.676. Kaylee Knollman just leaving the arena.
But really nicely there, Kaylee Knollman rides for Region 2, as I say, and was on the 4th placed team for Region 2 last year.
Kentucky Dressage Association and Mid-Ohio Dressage Association. Volunteering lots of the time, creating opportunities for the youth riders in the area. In addition, she loves to swim, read, and travel.
Region 2 this year, coming 7th in the team competition. We have the confirmed scores already then for Kaylee Knollman. It's 62.618. Just a couple of the methods in movements like the flying changes bringing that down somewhat. But 64.909 was her score in the team test. Hers was the highest score for the team test for Region 2.
In now is going to be 108 Innsbruck SSH. 9-year-old Dutch warm-blood.
And we go on now to her teammate from Region 2. This is Abigail Tuft, who rides Innsbruck SSH. Another 9-year-old, second 9-year-old we've had here this morning. A gelding by Sir Gregory out of a Burggraf mare. This horse is owned by Janine Fierberg. Getting the ride for Abigail. She scored 61.091 in the team test earlier this week for Region 2. Abigail, a bit of a home competition for her. She is from Traverse City, so not too far for her to travel here. Interesting markings on this horse. 4 white socks, really quite eye-catching, and allows the judges to really look at the straightness. And straightness is what they're also looking at for the entry and halt. She was the USEF Dressage Seat Medal Final Reserve Champion in 2019 in the 13 and under category. She's also a USDF Bronze Medalist. Has the FOC Equitation Silver Medal as well in 2019. was placed in the top 10 in the FEI Pony Championship last year. Now is a junior team rider for the North American Youth Championships. She got this horse with the aim of competing in the junior international tests. A horse known as Rookie at home. Coached by her mother Julie Tuft. Trending just under the 60% mark. The judges are also looking for a forward tendency in the half pirouettes as well, and I think perhaps you could have just had a little bit more forward movement. Need a little more ground cover in the extended walk as well. Of course, the walk movements are somewhere that the riders, they often focus on the trot and canter moves when developing their horses for these junior tests, but there are marks for the walk as well, and a good few of them, so coefficient of 2 for the extended walk as well, so it's extremely important to focus on that too. Again, you can just sort of see a bit of a loss of rhythm when we go into the half pirouettes. Could just do with trying to maintain the same 4-beat rhythm. And that's really what is being reflected in the judges' marks. And that's a shame, having that mistake there. Yeah, so sadly a 2.8 in the half pass. Again, bit of a loss of rhythm, bit of a loss of balance coming into the simple change. But a nice transition up from the simple change into the canter. I think what's interesting as well is that, a lot of riders will be training so many of these canter movements, but actually for parts of their dressage test, what they need to do is just simply canter in a regular rhythm with straightness and balance, and we train so many of these movements, it's often easy to almost overlook that the quality of the canter, the regularity is something that the judges are looking for as well. It's really something that also has to be focused on in training. Yeah, so no flying change there. A little bit of a change through trot, sadly.
At their final
But a nice help
now
to finish.
for the junior individual test, Abigail Tuft
Innsbruck SSH
from
is just a 9-year-old, remember, so I'm sure there's plenty of potential in there, plenty to like, and plenty for Abigail to have to work on for the future.
in local hunter and dressage schooling shows, and at 10 decided to focus solely on dressage.
But just so fantastic to be selected to compete at these championships. It's such a prestigious thing for these young athletes to be representing their regions.
To read, travel, and bake.
You've done extremely well to get here. extremely well to be selected. Of course, they do need to qualify for this competition and to get the necessary qualifying scores. Abigail Tuft, nice and relaxed coming out of the arena. Of course, this is the second time they've been in this arena this week. It gets 58.971 for that test. Judge at M has her over 60%. Judges at E and H fairly in agreement with the around the 57% mark, but 58.971 is the total. Puts Abigail Tuft into 4th place at the moment with Innsbruck SSH.
And that will get them a 58.971.
Well, we bring you 8 horse and rider combinations, then we take a short break just to give you a little bit of an idea of the running order of the competition today. We have 4 sections of competitors, 30 in total on our list this morning, so plenty more to come and some really fantastic combinations yet to compete. Emma Chisholm is next in with this very striking black gelding Improv. It's a horse that Emma owns herself, and this is a 16-year-old, so one of the more experienced horses in the field today. We have a couple of 16-year-olds here this morning, but also a 17-year-old, and the oldest in our field is a 19-year-old. Emma Chisholm, though, Improv. This horse is by Incantare, out of a Halo mare. Emma just 15 years old herself, and picked up the bronze medal for the team in that team competition the other day. She scored 63.030 in the team test. She competes for Region 7 alongside Anna Yost, who we've already seen this morning. Her teammates also include Maggie Elizabeth Evans and Josephine Hinneman. Region 7 covers California, Nevada and Hawaii. They've got a pretty good turnout of riders from the region at these championships. And they've been successful in previous runnings of the North American Youth Championships as well. As a region, they secured the Young Rider Team Gold in 2021. And Team Silver for the junior category. Now this is a really nice stretching down. You can really see how the horse extends the neck down, really stretching down to the contact. That's really what the judges are looking for there. And then also they're looking for the rider to be able to retake the reins with no resistance, and certainly that's something that you could see for this pair. 7.1 for that move. Really nice mark. Well rewarded by the judges. This pair had a good outing in international competition at Thermal in February of this year. Good placement of the shoulder in as well. You could see from this angle it looked like a good 3-track setup there, so we're looking for the horse's legs to be on 3 tracks in the shoulder in. The diagonal pair to be on 1 track together, and then the other legs to be on tracks either side. Yeah, so a good outing at Thermal earlier this year. They scored 60.176 in the individual test and 62.243 in the team competition. Nice forward movement through the pirouette, a slight loss of rhythm coming out of that movement. It'll be interesting to see how the judges score that. Yeah, 6.2, just reflecting that slight loss of rhythm. But again, the horse is extending the frame down well here. Good ground cover in the walk as well. Certainly a pair with a lot of potential for the future as well. Nice amount of bend in the half pass. Gets a 6.8 for the collected canter. Change a little late in terms of placement, fractionally late behind. Again, we're really looking to maintain the straightness. Horse's hindquarters just swinging out from side to side in the simple change. A little stiffer to this left-hand side. Stepped through nicely in the change, but again, just seeing the quarters swinging out in that movement. Well, she slipped that change through there. We could barely perceptible. Nicely down the centre line and a nice halt to finish. So yeah, 5.6 in the extended canter, just under 1.8. Yeah, because the canter was not really performed. She sort of slipped the change through quite early there, but sometimes they have to make the call on what is going to cause the least resistance. 1.8 will be quite costly. So we're just seeing the marks coming through now. She's trending over 62% now, climbing a little bit.
Enjoy spending free time crocheting, reading and working out.
Anna Yost is our leader at the moment with that 65.676%. Emma Chisholm, though, a couple of mistakes in there, and I think what they'll be looking to work on from that test is the straightness, but it was certainly obedient and there was certainly plenty to like.
So our next in now is going to be 1:31. Heredero Santana, 11-year-old Lusitano, gelding by Dragon Commando SN.
As I say, we'll bring you that score as soon as we have it.
Francisco Antonio Orrias Corral, owned by Simone Williams and ridden by Kiara Williams-Brown from Ontario.
There we go then, it's 61.882, the overall score. There's a bit of a discrepancy here actually between the judge at B gives 59.118 and C goes up to 65.441, so certainly encouraging for Emma to have the good marks from some of the judges there, but puts her into 4th place as it stands. That's 61.882. Interestingly, the judge at C actually had her in 1st place, whereas the judge at E, I believe, had her in 5th, so a bit of a difference of opinion there between the judges. Kiara Williams-Brown, though, is up next. Kiara rides on the Canadian team. The horse here that she rides is Herdero Santana. It is an 11-year-old by Dragon Commando, owned by Simone Williams, and Kiara was on the silver medal winning Canadian team in the team competition. Scored 64% exactly there. Allows the horse down nicely, horse stretching down to the contact. Ooh. She's got quite a pace up here. Horse just showing a little bit of resistance. That will reflect in the judges' scores. She's been performing very well around Canada at Ottawa and Rockwood. She scored 63.485% at Ottawa and 66.010 in Rockwood. Also scored her personal best in the international freestyle competition at Rockwood earlier on with 69.85. Kiara is 152nd in the FEI World Junior Rankings. Nice maintenance of the rhythm in the half pirouettes. Some really nice marks coming forward in the canter. She's just working to keep the forward movement in the simple change there. 4.4 for the canter though. Drops things down somewhat. Nice halt to finish.
Kiara Williams-Brown from Ontario.
And again, big pats for the horse. Looks very, very pleased with that. This horse is known as Dero at home. And again, Kiara Williams-Brown making the journey from Canada. She already has the silver medal from the team competition.
Kiara's attending University of
With that
Ottawa.
important 64%.
She's in her first year reading
They
human
were
genetics.
a little behind Region 4, who took the gold, but pipped Region 7 into the bronze medal position.
Running with her miniature.
Canadian team really going from strength to strength. Such an exciting time for them. Kiara's teammate Anna Swackhammer will be coming in a couple of horses' time. Also lovely to see these horses nice and relaxed in this arena. A couple of them were a little bit spooky in the team test, but not something that's been a problem for them today. Kiara Williams-Brown then, Heredero Santana, 62.529, excuse me. Again, not the biggest discrepancy between the judges, under 5%. We've got, they're all having her over 60%, but a 65 there from one judge. Great result for her. Puts Kiara Williams-Brown into third place at the moment. A couple of the judges had her in second, and 3 had her in fourth place. So a third place at the moment balances out well. It's 62.529. Anna Yost still leads with the 65.676. Our next competitor is Audrey Allen. Audrey rides for Region 5 and competes with this 10-year-old gelding Hugo, who's by Armani out of a Hofnar mare, Dutch-bred horse. Yes, rides for Region 5. She was on the team who finished 6th in the team competition earlier this week. There she scores 60.409. And this is Audrey's first show season doing dressage, so really impressive start to things for her. Guess a 7.2 for the entry and Holt, the highest score we've seen so far for that. She won the second level Junior and Young Rider Championship at the US Dressage Finals in Lexington. And her overall average score in qualifying for this championships was 66.939. So if she can keep around that, she could well see herself taking an early lead here. Quite a nice swing through this horse's back in the extended movements. Oops. Bit of a loss of balance there on the corner. We've seen a couple of people do that. I think just the change down from the medium and down to the extension, excuse me, down to the collected trot, just causing a little bit of a loss of balance. Nicely maintained rhythm through a lot of this walk movement. Audrey using her seat well to encourage the horse forward in the extended walk. Could do with a little more lengthening of the frame. We'd like to see the horse perhaps taking the contact down a little more. Just a little bit of tension creeping through. Sometimes these horses have practiced these tests so many times they almost start to anticipate what's coming. But nicely forward into the canter as well. Audrey Allen, as I say, 60.409 in that team competition. She needs something a little higher than that to take a lead. Just a nice change there, just skipped through a fraction late with the hind legs, but still really nicely done. Good placement. And again, you know, the change was obedient on the marker, but just a little late behind, which is reflecting in the judges' scores there. A good bend in the half pass. Yeah, again, I think this horse's changes to the right rein are the ones where we see the slightly late behind change. We'll just have a look at what they do in this counter-canter then to the flying change. It's important to get those counter-canter steps in. Yeah, again, a little, just struggling a little with the changes there, but that's something that I'm sure they'll be working on over the next months and years, and there's just so much potential in all of these riders. As we were saying, it's just lovely to see them performing well at this championships, and such an honour for them to be selected to represent their regions. Audrey Allen wraps her arms around Hugo's neck. She really does look thrilled with that, and well she should. She's trending above 64%. It would be an improvement on her score from the team test. We'll bring you that as soon as we have it confirmed. But as I say, it's just so fantastic for them to be selected for these championships. And this really is a unique opportunity to see these young stars of the future. 64.382%. It certainly is an improvement on her score in the team competition. It's a little behind her personal best, but surely one that she will still be very pleased with. Not much of a discrepancy between the marks and the judges, just under 3% in fact. So she takes the second spot as it stands.
64.382.
Two of the judges had her in first place.
Next in now, last before our first break. This is
It
going
really
to
looks
be
too much to
GV.
tell these apart. 65.676 is the leading score, so she's a little way behind that, but Audrey Allen takes second place at this early stage.
By Elizabeth Maxteurer, owned by Melissa Sinclair.
We're going on
Jean
from
Scarpy
the
and
USA
Christina Bennett, and ridden by Anna
Region
Swackhammer
5. We return now
of
back
Ontario.
to Canada. This is one of the riders who absolutely performed under pressure the other day. Anna Swackhammer had a fantastic test. It was extremely impressive. Hers was one of the highest scores individually in that team competition. She scored 69.242, and when we were working out exactly what Canada needed to get into a medal spot, we knew that it was going to take something special from Anna, and that is certainly what she managed to do. 69.242, the highest score for Canada, and she sealed the silver medal for the team. Fabienne GV is her ride here, a 9-year-old mare by Facultans, Westphalian horse, owned by Jean Skotnicki, Christina Bennett and Melissa Sinclair. But Anna, already a very professional young rider. Very hard-working rider. She's already made multiple appearances in the international ring, representing Canada as a junior rider, both for the Ontario Central team, and she's actually competed at these North American Youth Championships several times already in 2018, 2019 and 2021, so this is her 4th appearance at these championships. At those previous appearances she was riding the Dutch warm blood gelding Razzmatazz. She got the team bronze medal for Canada in 2018, but she was the only Canadian representative in the dressage here in 2021, and she came 7th overall in the individual test. She's trending over 69% here, which would have her in the lead provisionally. In Canada, they also have the Great Rider Intensive Training Programme run by the Ontario Equestrian Federation, which was something that Anna was selected for as well, which again is a hugely prestigious honour to be selected for that programme. She gave them a lot of opportunities for training and for competition around Canada. She was on that GRIT, Great Rider Intensive Training team, in 2020, 2021 and 2022. But it's a programme that really prepares these athletes for competition at the top level and really sets them up to go up through the levels and hopefully aim for the senior teams one day. Includes weekly strength and conditioning, as well as training for the athletes on the road and coaching sessions with coaches like Christilo Boylan as well. Great ground cover here in the walk. That has got to be one of the best walks we've seen here so far. Quarters are just swinging in a little though, so I should think we could see some quite different scores from the judges there. Judge on the corner of the arena would see the straightness particularly, but 7.2 for the extended walk, the ground cover really bringing the score up. But this pair have been going really fantastically. They competed at the Caledon Dressage in the Park Show earlier this year, scoring up to 75%. Also scored their personal best score in the freestyle competition there, scoring over 75% with a freestyle to an ABBA-themed soundtrack. Canter work looking great for this horse. It was a nice change, quite an expressive change as well. Simple change was obedient as well. That's a 6.7 for the flying change. Again, the change is clean. The horse is jumping through cleanly with the front and hind legs, but just has to swing the quarters a little bit to get there. Might not do so quite so much when on the edge of the arena. Yeah, that was nice. Often it's easy for the horses to kind of use the edge of the arena to help to keep them straight. gets a 7.1 for one of her changes. Beautifully
And a
done,
final
Anna
salute
Swackhammer.
for Canada,
Fabienne
Anna
GV.
Swackhammer with Fabienne
It was a real
GV.
standout test in the team competition, and a 7.4 for the change on the wall there. The scores are climbing and climbing. The score she has to beat to take an early lead here is 65.676, and as you can see from those trending scores, she's quite a way above.
In the fall. She enjoys playing hockey, field hockey, pick-up games of any sport.
But she's such a talent for the Canadian
Has a
team,
great
really
interest
one
in farming.
who puts so much work into her
Fabienne
training and
apparently loves to
preparation.
rest her head on your head
Really has her eye on the top level. And certainly in dressage, as with many other top level sports, hard work and dedication does pay off. She competes at the junior level, but she's training up to young rider level, so that just gives you an indication as well how Anna Swackhammer is really always working to the next thing, always looking to improve. .029, a very well rewarded test. The judges see had her on 70%. That's similar to the view that we have here at the end of the arena, but extremely well rewarded. It's a fantastic test and a really brilliant performance for the young Canadian rider. She certainly is a real talent for the future. Anna Swackhammer then takes an early lead. We have a short break in proceedings now. As I mentioned earlier, we will be bringing you sections of around 8 competitors at once. Then we take a bit of a break while the arena party just re-level the arena, just making sure that the footing is absolutely perfect. But here are the individual standings at the moment. Anna Swackhammer takes the lead in this FEI North American Youth Championship, 69.029. Anna Yost for Region 7 with Irieno S is in the second place at the moment, and Audrey Allen with Hugo rounds out the top 3 for Region 5. There are the first 8 competitors. It's going to take something over 70% to take the lead from Anna Swackhammer, and I absolutely cannot wait to see what the rest of this competition brings us. We've got some fantastic combinations still to come. As I say, we'll have a short break now while the arena is just re-prepared. Our next competitor will be Allison Berger and Bellini, another really great test from the team competition. They'll be kicking off in just over 15 minutes time, so do join us again in about 15 minutes time for the second section of this junior individual test.
Just under 5 minutes before we continue with our next 8 rides in this junior individual competition, part of our 2022 FEI North American Youth Dressage Championships. I'd like to say some thank yous to our sponsors. Acute Plus, powered by Captive One, can protect your horse's health at home and at every competition. With exclusive member opportunities, loyal points, wellness care benefits, acute medical benefits, mortality benefits, and more, your horse is protected. Andrew Ryback Photography is our official photographer. Photographic prints and digital photos available, as well as full show packages and other specialty items. Cool Command horse feeds feature Alltech's 100% organic trace minerals for superior nutrient absorption, storage, and utilization. So our first to go after the break is number 107, Bellini,
A 13-year-old.
Well, welcome back everybody to this junior individual dressage competition here at the North American Youth Championships in Traverse City. It's a beautiful sunny day this morning. The heat of the day hasn't quite kicked in yet, so it's a really lovely time for these dressage competitors to be entering the ring. We've had a fantastic first starting section in this competition. Anna Swackhammer of Canada leads the way with that great test in a score of 69.029. The judges had her in first place across the board, absolutely unanimous in having her at the top of the tree there. She had a great performance in the team test as well, and now gets the success in the individual test as well. We go on now though to our second section, where we'll be bringing you another 8 competitors. Allison Berger is next in with Bellini. This is a 13-year-old Hanoverian mare by Bertolli W, owned by Alison and Marianne Berger. Alison herself is 16 years old, and her career best score in this test is 63.676. Alison rides for Region 2 and scored 61.394 in the team test, helping the team to a 7th place finish. A 4.7 for the entry and halt is not really what she would have liked. We're really looking for straightness here and a regular rhythm and obedience into the opening halt. Alison was on the 4th place team for Region 2 in the 2021 running of this championships with the horse Mexicano CXV. Horse stretching down a little to the contact, that's what we're looking for in that movement. We're then looking for Alison to be able to take up the reins without any resistance. Just a few uneven steps. We're also looking for a regular rhythm, looking for the quality of the trot work. Head tilting quite a lot in the shoulder in. Would just be nice to see the head staying a little straighter. And remember, for many of these movements, there's a mark for the transitions in and out of these movements. Just needs to have the hindquarters a little more over in the lateral movements. Alison, though, has been a consistent competitor in both the junior and children's categories, consistently qualifying for the regional finals. There again, we just need to keep the regular rhythm up. I think that's probably the key takeaway from the trot and walk work at this point. We just need to be keeping that regular rhythm, particularly when they're going from the collected to the extended movements. We're not looking for an increase in pace. What we're looking for is an extension of the frame, an extension of the ground cover, but not an increase in pace. Again, as we've seen with some of the other competitors, a little bit of tension creeping in. These horses are so intelligent, they do tend to start to anticipate the next movements a little bit. Bellini knows what's expected of him here. He no doubt has practiced this test several times. He's now Alison's top horse. She scored 61.212% in the junior team test at the World Equestrian Centre in Ocala in April. So nice to see her going a little above that in the team test here in these championships. Well, it was a better maintenance of the rhythm in the medium canter, but sadly the second flying change there quite coming off for her. And so reflected in the 5 legs not jumping through together. So we're really looking for the hind legs and the front legs to jump through in unison in the flying change. Again, we've got a bit of head tilting going on here. Could do with perhaps a fraction more bend as well. That change, much better. Of course, these horses are not machines. And they often have one side of the body stronger than the other, or perhaps a little more flexible than the other. And you can see that this horse just struggles with the changes, going to the left, right, and going from right to left. But left to right is quite considerably better, so Alison just choosing to have a few trot steps to get onto the right leg. Quick thinking from her, but sadly it's a 2.6 because the change wasn't really there, but there was plenty to like in that test. Particularly in the canter work, could just do with maintaining the rhythm and the balance, a little more in the trot, but a good amount to like, and I'm sure Alison will really enjoy watching this test back, and we look forward to seeing what her score is. Region 2, remember, covers the states of Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Michigan, Ohio, West Virginia, Morgan, Berkeley and Jefferson counties, and Wisconsin. So a bit of a home region here in Traverse City. Of course, Traverse City being in the heart of Michigan, on the shores of Lake Michigan. Some beautiful, beautiful scenery in the area. Quite known for wineries and stunning scenery, with plenty of wooded areas, as well as, of course, the lake. Allison Berger then, with Bellini, takes the 8th spot at the moment with 61.206.
C is 61.912. Percentage from M is a 61.765 and B is 62.5, giving them 61.206. And next in now is going to be 118 hashtag. A 10-year-old Dutch warmblood gelding by Janssen out of Britakara C by United. Bred in the Netherlands at the Weideners stables.
Emma Chisholm retains the
Riddle,
7th spot.
Riddle.
But our leader, the crucial thing here at the top of the tree, is Anna Swackhammer of Canada, 69.029. That is the score to beat as it stands. Well, the next horse that we see in front of us is Hashtag. This horse is ridden by Kylee Riddle of the USA. Kylee rides for Region 5 with Hashtag. And in the team competition, she helped her team to a 6th place finish. She scores 66.333. Now, something similar to that would put her into 2nd place here. This, though, is quite a different test. The actual test itself is quite different. It requires the same sorts of skills. It requires the same, the same skills really. The same questions are being asked, but they are on quite a different floor plan. So Kylee Riddle then, with Hashtag. This 10-year-old gelding, another Dutch-bred horse by Johnson, owned by Wendy Rector Riddle. Kylie's mother Wendy also competes in dressage, and she's competed over in Europe as well, and has the bronze, silver and gold medals from the USDF, US Dressage Federation. But a real talented dressage family. And Kylee following in her mother's footsteps. Her mother was actually given a grant from the United States Equestrian Federation, through which she was on schedule to be an Olympic competitor, which allowed her to train and compete for a year with a trainer just outside of Dusseldorf. Kylee, though, 15 years old, and getting ever better scores. She's rather more on 4 tracks there, and we're really looking to have the horse's legs on 3 tracks in the shoulder in. Could perhaps do with the quarters being a little more over. But an obedient transition down into the walk. This pair competed in Temecula in May, scoring 63.382 in the individual test and 66.792 in the freestyle. So they also got a 58% score in the team test, so just shows you how much this pair have come on in a short space of time to now be scoring over 66% in the team test here at these championships. Nice strike off into canter. Quite an expressive flying change there. It was quite a clean change as well. Be interesting to see how the judges reward that. Good ground cover in the canter and a good amount of hind leg engagement. A bit late behind in that change. 6.8. So quite well rewarded in the earlier change. And a 7 for the medium canter there, just reflecting that engagement, I think, which really allows the horse to have more power in those medium and extended movements. Again, good amount of engagement there. Just a little late behind that change as well. But a 7.1 for the previous flying change. Here again, you know, you can just see that some of these horses find the changes easier to one side than the other. A lovely halt to finish though. Kylee Riddle, I'd say that the canter was really some of the highlighting work in that test. Really nicely presented as well. And that's another key thing, you know, they can really almost ask the judges for some more marks when they ride these tests very precisely, to really ride to the markers, to really be accurate in their placement, accurate in where they're asking for these movements is just absolutely invaluable. You know, it can just creep those marks up ever so slightly. And especially when we're dealing with 5 different judges and these small percentage differences in the scheme of the overall test, every mark counts, every half mark counts. Goes into third spot then, Kylee Riddle, and hashtag for Region 5, 64.382. It's a great score for them. It's a little lower than their team test result, which remember was 66.333, but 64.382 is another great score. It is actually the exact same score as Audrey Allen.
So our next in is going to be number
So goes into third spot.
Bandito, a 16-year-old Dutch warm-blood girl.
Anna Swackhammer retains the lead. Anna Yost is in the silver medal position, and Kylee Riddle and Audrey Allen are in the bronze medal spot.
Owned and written by Gabriel Epstein from Massachusetts.
Well, our next competitor heading into the ring will be Gabriel Epstein with Bandito. This is, again, another of the more experienced horses in the field, and we've got a good mix here of younger horses that are really coming up through the grades with their young riders, and also some competitors who have the more experienced horses, which is always fantastic for them to learn from. Bandito. Here is a 16-year-old gelding, another Dutch-bred horse, this time by Negro. Negro really stamps his offspring, and this horse is no exception. Gabriel rides for Region 8, who were just outside the medals in the team competition, getting 4th spot. Gabriel scored 64.121 in that competition, with this horse, who is owned by Karen Bressler. Nice shoulder in there, a good placement, and that had the 3 tracks that we're looking for. Very fluent moving here. Horse showing some considerable suppleness actually as well in the 2 half circles. We really could do with seeing the horse stretching down a little more, but it's hard to say if perhaps Gabriel might not be allowing the horse to stretch down too much. It could be a bit of a hotter horse. There might be a reason why he's not really going for the lengthened reins, but we're just looking for them to stretch down a little more. That's reflected in the judges' scores, 6.2. They make a nice picture though, this pair. Gabriel qualified with an overall average score of 65.211. Has his USCF bronze medal and has 3 horses that he's competing in the dressage competitions. In addition to Bandito, he has Favori Marina 2 and Pluto Lanka. Gabriel says that this horse has really taught him so much. It's a horse that he's had for just over a year. In a lot of national competitions, but not too many shows where they've had to stay away from home. They first stayed away at a show in May. And that was at the Hits Horse Show, where they scored 66.5 in the team test and 67.2 in the individual test. So absolutely got the potential here. Slips the change through nicely. Almost wouldn't have noticed that one. It was a very subtle change. Horse is right on his aids. Also something that we'd love to see. Gabriel also competed this horse at the Adequan Global Dressage Festival successfully, getting some of those qualifying scores for this championships. Changes quite established with this horse, fraction late behind, but
Final salute now, Gabriel Epstein
Nicely done in the final line as well.
from
Gabriel
Massachusetts,
Epstein
Bandito.
and Bandito, this relatively new partnership, but one that's certainly going from strength to strength. Gabriel is really working hard, training with this horse. Went to train in Germany with this horse as well. So really putting the miles in. Just concludes that really nice test. He rides for Region 8 for the USA. In 4th spot, just outside the medals in the team competition. I'm sure he would dearly love to be able to get a medal here. Well, 64.589 will take him into the bronze medal spot. Punches the air there. Just shows you what it means to these young competitors. It's so fantastic, not only to have them competing at this championships, but to see them really enjoying themselves and really taking the competition very seriously, but having fun while doing so. Heads into the bronze medal position. We do have a little way to go yet, though, and we have some pretty experienced combinations still to come. Audrey Allen and Kylie Riddle then just being pipped into the 4th place spot. Quite unusual to have two riders on exactly the same score.
Bred in Portugal by Vitor Manuel Belo Valente, owned by Pamela Farthing and ridden by Katherine Nayak from Arizona.
Well, this competitor with this lovely grey gelding is Katherine Nayak. She rides Pamela Farthing's Gaspacho, who is a Lusitano horse. Some of these Iberian bred horses really suit the dressage work, and they can be so very, very striking to see. Of course, there are the separate Iberian dressage championships that run at a European level. Katherine Nayak and Gaspacho. She rides for Region 5 alongside Audrey Allen and Kylie Riddle, who we've already seen. And this pair scored 64.364 in the team test. The team finishing in 6th place. This pair were 14th individually in the freestyle test last year. Scored 65.475 there. A little way down the running in the junior individual test. They're also 139th in the FEI Junior Dressage World Rankings. They've had 2 third places in international competition so far. Katherine comes from Arizona. Arizona, of course, one of the states represented by Region 5. And she's also a graduate of the Dressage for Kids Winter Intensive Training Programme, which has been absolutely instrumental in developing the careers of some of these young riders. So many of them have come up through that programme, which gives them the opportunity to train with top coaches, helps them with fitness and conditioning work for both themselves and their horses. Well, it's a shame. Horse just perhaps anticipating the next movement, but we have an extended walk coming up now, so shame to just break into the trot there. Just a couple of small mistakes for Katherine. So now looking to correct that error. Steps round nicely in the half pirouette though, and strikes off nicely into canter as well. Just a shame that they had to go back and correct there. Again, just needs to sort of swing the quarters to get the change. Nice mark for the collected canter though. I think the judges rewarding that obedient strike off. We could do with a little more engagement here in the medium canter, just to help the horse with a little bit more of an uphill movement. It's a 6.5. Showed an increased ground cover, but we can just ideally see a little more lift and a little more uphill movement. Good halt to finish.
Final salute now, Katherine.
It's a shame about the couple of mistakes for Katherine Nayak. I mean, she's sitting in 6th place in general, but we'll just have to see how this score turns out when those moments are factored in.
Lover of languages, just finished the Latin curriculum at
You know, as we were saying, being selected for that winter intensive training program, this just gives an indication as to how much potential Katherine and Gaspacho have.
knowledge to learn Italian and progressive understanding the Spanish language.
Riding, of course, here as a junior. We also have young rider competitions taking place this week as well, which would be the next step up, of course, for these junior competitors, perhaps in years to come. And so it's lovely that they would be able to come to these championships and see the progression, but Katherine riding this Lusitano horse could well aim for those Iberian championships in the future as well. I do believe there are junior and young rider competitions at those two. 63.118 is the score then. Takes her into 6th place. It's a little way behind her score in the team test, but 63.118. Yeah, 6th place just goes behind Callie Riddle and Pip's Kaylee Knollman into the 7th placed spot. Plenty to like and so much potential. I think that it really is what strikes you about a lot of these combinations. The potential that they have to go up the levels is just quite incredible.
Bred at the Voigan Stables in the Netherlands, is owned and ridden by Emily Bansky from New Jersey.
Well, you can see the supporters just sheltering in the shade there by this dressage arena. Having some beautiful weather here in Michigan, not short of rain on some days either, so that keeps things looking lovely and green, creates a lovely picture for us here around the whole showground at Traverse City. There's been plenty of weeks of competition here over the summer so far at the Great Lakes Equestrian Festival. The venue's played host to some fantastic 5-star show jumping action last week, and of course in the Turtle Creek Casino and Hotel International Ring we also have a lot of young rider, junior, pre-junior and children's show jumping action as well. On now though to our next junior rider in this dressage competition. It's the turn of Emily Bansky. Emily rides the oldest horse in our field. She's a 17-year-old rider herself, but she rides the 20-year-old Dutch-bred horse KWPN Vincento. This horse is by Obelisk out of an Amour mare. Emily rides for Region 1 and scored 65.242 in the team test. Again, could do with a little more straightness in the entry, and that's reflected in the judges' marks. Her overall average score in qualifying was 65.867. Nice work in the medium and extended movements there. Emily's actually had a couple of older horses that she's competed, which is actually really nice to see. You know, it's lovely to see these horses continuing to compete and enjoying their work at a slightly older age, or perhaps a more mature age, we ought to say, using their years of experience to help their riders. Emily previously had a ride on a Frisian horse who was 19 when he started his dressage career. Nice extension of the frame in the extended walk, the horse extending the neck and the frame down to the contact really nicely. Emily's region, Region 1, covers the states of Delaware, Maryland, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Virginia, DC and North Carolina. She's really climbing up the marks with the canter work. Lovely change there. Very correct and together. I'd say a little early in terms of placement there for the change, the second one. And so a 6.1 and a 5 for the flying change, because a 6.1 was for the counter canter and we only really saw a stride or two of that. Again, it's fairly correct, just a fraction in front with the front legs. A fraction ahead. Yeah, much better that way. Horse was able to maintain the counter canter for a little longer. And so there you see a 6.4 rewarded a little more highly.
Bansky from New Jersey with Vincento, the final
I'm sure that will reflect in the score for the flying change as well.
Attending Our Lady of Mercy Academy currently.
Yeah, 6.6 there. A good few, higher marks there. We are creeping towards the 7s in plenty of these movements, but trending over 64%, Emily Bansky. I'm sure will be very, very pleased with that. For Region 1. Region 1, as I say, were 5th as a team overall, and I'm sure as a region they would love to have one of their competitors on the podium. But then again, so would the other regions as well. Their highest score was Lucinda Donaldson in the team test, but only fractionally ahead of Emily Bansky. She scored at 65.242. 64.324 then is her score here. Goes into 6th place as it stands. But it's a good score for her. It's around about the mark that she's been scoring.
And from B is 63.824, giving them a 6th place percentage now of 60.
But yeah, once again, plenty to like. Our gold medal spot at the moment is still filled by Anna Swackhammer. Hers was one of the highest scores in the team competition, and she takes our highest score so far. 69.029 is the score to beat. She's a little less than 4% higher than Anna Yost, so there's room up there at the top of the leaderboard for some other competitors to slot in.
So, our next in is going to be number 112, Montagne von der Heide, 18-year-old Trakehner gelding by Hibiscus, out of Havana von der Heide, by the elite stallion Mickhausen. Bred in Germany by Manfred Reuter, owned by Loreen Van Norman.
Well, this lady is absolutely a top talent in the world of junior dressage. She was the triple gold medalist at the 2021 running of the North American Youth Championships. It is, of course, Lexi Kment. Here, Lexi rides Montagne von der Heide. as I say, absolutely sensational last year for triple gold. So triple gold means that she had the team gold medal, the individual junior medal, and the junior freestyle medal as well. This horse is a Trakehner. It's an 18-year-old gelding owned by Laureen Van Norman, and Lexi already has 1 gold medal under her belt this year so far. She helped Region 4 to the gold medal in the team competition. Pretty incredibly, they are a team who had only 3 riders. So all of the other teams had 4 riders and so were able to drop a score. They dropped their lowest score. But Region 4 don't need a drop score. Their 3 competitors are just so talented, they do not need any sort of wiggle room. Lexi riding on that team alongside her sister Kylee and alongside Ella Fructerman. Kylee and Ella with 2 of the highest scores in the whole of that team competition, and she's trending over 69% here already. She scored 69.235 in the individual test here last year. Scored a big score in the freestyle, 74.775. Again, clear transitions back to the collected trot. And they really make a lovely picture. Lexi got the ride on this horse when the horse's owner, Laureen Van Norman, presented her with the opportunity following her win in the children's category at last year's US Dressage Festival of Champions. Such a hard-working rider who's had consistent results with a number of horses. She's experienced enough as well here to know when to just adjust the horse's placement. And again is a rider who knows how to eke out the marks, goes right into the corner, making sure everything is absolutely correct. She was also the recipient of the inaugural Amanda Johnson Pursuit of Excellence trophy as the overall high-scoring junior rider at that Festival of Champions. And not only is she well medalled, she's also well awarded with those trophies recognising achievement. This horse has a great canter. Ooh, keeps the body nice and straight, but he's a little late behind. Gets a 7 though for the half pass. It certainly was one of the better ones we've seen. Obedient, simple change as well. The Kment sisters are quite the stars of the junior dressage world. Yeah, just struggling a little with that change there. It's not quite on her aids. Better along the side of the arena, yeah, just a lower score for that one, who's just struggling to get there on the change, struggling to get the horse jumping through correctly together.
At the final salute,
Nice halt to
Lexi
finish.
Kment from Nebraska.
Just steps away a little, but certainly so much to like. Lexi Kment, ooh, she's trending at 67.987 now, 67.977. We'll wait until all of the judges' scores are in before we bring you the final score. But she already has 1 gold medal. She got 3 gold medals in last year's competition. Anna Swackhammer is going to give her quite a run for her money, though, today. 69.029's the score to beat. But Lexi Kment has certainly done all she can to get up there as well. Just a couple of those flying changes perhaps might knock her score down a little. But it really was very well ridden. And I'm sure Lexi will be a rider that we'll see taking part in some of the young rider competitions in years to come, possibly even on those senior teams for the USA. As I say, she rides for Region 4. Oh, she goes into second place. 68.235 is her score. It's a little behind her score from last year. And she takes the silver medal spot at the moment, 68.235. We did say there was a little bit of room at the top of the leaderboard there. 68.325. It's a bit of a way still down to Anna Yost, who retains the bronze medal position at the moment, but Anna Swackhammer holds on to the lead. It was quite an exceptional test, and certainly that was the feeling in the team competition as well. Anna Swackhammer, really a rising star. Interesting as well that hers is just a 9-year-old mare, whereas Lexi's horse is quite considerably more experienced. But we have another competitor already in the ring. We're getting through these really quite quickly. It's the turn of Alison Campbell-Wright, back to Canada. The horse she rides is Slapstick, and this is another 9-year-old. This time a gelding, a Hanoverian by Savoy. The horse is owned by Bonnie Campbell. Alison on that silver medal winning Canadian team alongside Anna Swackhammer and Kiara Williams-Brown, who we've seen already in this competition. Alison scored 66.394 in the team class just a couple of days ago. And she's really come on with this horse. She competed at the junior CDI competition at Thermal in November and scored 55.833 individually and 53.131 with the team. She had a different horse there though, and Slapstick is a great ride for her. She's from Victoria, British Columbia, and she scored 69.241% with this horse in this test recently. She got the horse at the start of this year. This is this horse's first championship appearance, and pretty incredible to already be on a silver medal winning team. 5.8 for the half pirouette there. Again, we need to see the rhythm and the movement continuing throughout the pirouette as well. She's been training with Sabine Schutt-Kerry, of course, who was the Olympic team silver medalist at the 2020 Olympics, also gold medal at Nations Cup and team gold in the Pan American Games as well. Been training with Sabine back in May. Scored over 69% in qualifying for this championships with this horse as well. Again, just struggling a little to get to the change. Good ground cover in the extended canter. We could do with a little more engagement behind, but the ground cover's certainly there. And nice to see the extension of the frame and the stride without speeding up. A 7 for the flying change as well. Well rewarded in this canter work. You know, some horses certainly have their strengths. I would say Slapsticks is certainly in his canter. They were with their trending scores around the sort of 8th and 9th mark out of our leaderboard so far. Now with the canter, it's brought them up to the top 5. Another nice flying change, actually. She's creeped up into the 4th spot now as well. Now let's see what we can do in the extended canter. Again, really, really nice. You know, you could see the extension of the frame. You could see a clear transition from the extended canter down to the collected. Good work in the counter canter as well. And then another lovely change. Alison, no doubt, has been working hard on those flying changes. And she's rewarded with a 7.1 there. So much to like. That canter work was looking absolutely lovely and really well rewarded by the judges. 65.6 we're on now. Such a great partnership, and they really are going from strength to strength. Alison's a talented rider, and it's great to see her have a good partner in Slapstick, or Slappy as he's known at home. Great competitor for Canada. She also competed at Thunderbird Show Park in Vancouver quite recently. To some good results. Goes into 3rd spot then. 65.735. You know, it's really impressive to see how that score improved in the canter work. I'm sure Alison will really enjoy looking down her test sheet, looking at the judges' comments, because there's so much to like. And perhaps if some of the marks for the trot work could be a little higher, she certainly could be within touching distance of a top spot. As it stands, she goes into 3rd place. Slots behind Alison Campbell-Wright of Canada. Excuse me, slots Alison Campbell-Wright of Canada into 3rd place with that 65.735. She's not too far ahead of Anna Yost, but crucially she is. She's about 1.5% behind Lexi Kment and a Swackhammer in the top spot still. So 2 Canadian competitors in the top 3. So much to like from the Canadian competitors, and it's such an exciting time for their young riders. Well, we move on swiftly to our next competitor, the final competitor before we take another short break. This is Madison Sumner with the horse Briar. Madison is just 14 years old. The horse here is 15. It's another Dutch bred horse, owned by Madison and Wayne Sumner. She competes here individually. She hails from Region 3, and Region 3 covers Florida, Georgia, South Carolina and Tennessee. A lovely entry. This is a lovely pairing. You know, they make such a great picture. A 7.1 for the circle there, or the vault as it's listed as on your graphics. Nice to see the horse stretching down to the contact. That, as we were saying earlier, is what we're looking for. It's a 6.9 for the extended trot. Again, there was good engagement there. Now that's a really nice forward transition into the walk. That's again something that the judges are looking for. Just because it's a transition down in pace doesn't mean that it needs to be a kind of backwards transition. You know, we need to keep the forward movement, we need to keep the forward thinking. Madison is from Wellington, Florida. She's certainly a dedicated competitor. She's had this ride since 2020. .7.4 for the half pirouette. Again, she kept a nice forward rhythm up. That's again what we're looking for. Madison says that she dreams of being an Olympic competitor one day. And you can certainly see the potential in this young rider. Lovely flying change. A 7 for 1 change, and I'm sure that one will be well rewarded as well. Just into, yeah, another 7 for her change. The simple change also looking very, very good. You know, she just went for the quick 3 steps before heading back off into canter. That's really what we're looking for. It's 3 to 5 steps that's required. 7 for the simple change, one of the highest marks that we've seen, and she's very cleverly, you know, she's realised that the horse's hindquarters could do with being a little more over in the lateral work, and instantly corrected that. Oops. A couple more flying changes than we were anticipating there, so yeah, 7.2 for the half pass. It was very well done. Hope that mistake in the next change won't affect her too much. 4. And a little late behind in that direction. Horse just got his legs in a little bit of a tangle with that previous flying change. Oh, what a halt to finish. It's also really nice to see a horse be able to stop, you know, to really have the halt and the immobility. You know, not to move off instantly because, you know, the movement is halt immobility salute. So we do need to see a moment of stillness. So many horses, I think, you know, it comes down to a little bit of tension, and certainly in this atmosphere that's something that you could absolutely forgive them for. But we are looking for a moment of stillness in the halt, and Madison Sumner gives us that as well. She's got Olympic dreams, and she's certainly a competitor who you could well imagine getting there. Plenty of nice marks, and the score is in 68.206 for Madison Sumner. Judges spread from 69.412 at H to 67.206 at B, so not too much of a discrepancy. 68.206 is the final score, and she goes into the bronze medal position. Well deserved, heading into the top spot, into the top 3. So the third spot for Alison Campbell-Wright was fairly short-lived, but there's certainly so much that she needs to be proud of with Slapstick, the rider for Canada. Anna Swackhammer retains the lead. Lexi Kment retains the silver medal spot at the moment. And we are around about halfway through. We've brought you 16 competitors so far. There's the leaderboard as it stands. Anna Swackhammer for Canada in first place, Lexi Kment in second, Madison Sumner, our last competitor, now in the third spot. So many talented riders and talented horses, but as I say, we've brought you 16 combinations so far, and we have 30 on our list. So we're around about halfway through. We have another short break now while the arena is once again just levelled and prepared, just ensuring that the footing is absolutely perfect here in Traverse City. It's a fantastic facility for horses and riders, beautiful facilities in the stables, and quite a range of arenas, not only for competition, but also for warm-up rings, practice rings as well. No stone is left unturned here. Do stay with us though. The next competitor will be Olivia Tomljenovic, who will be coming in at 11:38 local time. So again, in around about 15 minutes time. Do join us again for that.
I'd like to say a few more thank yous to our sponsors. Copper Fox, generous sponsor here for the Traverse City Horse Show, and also sponsoring the $25,000 US HJA International Hunter Derby. And if you're feeling like a drink, visit the Elijah Craig Bourbon Bar in the Hunter Pavilion to discover the award-winning taste of small batch bourbons, 250 years in the making. For over 60 years, Bloomfield Open Hunt hosted the Detroit Motor City Horse Show, and Hillside Farm is a generous sponsor from that region. Looks EQ, where fashion meets function. Shop everything you need from top brands for riding apparel and fashion. So just about 3 minutes, we will continue with our next group of 8 riders. So our first to go after the break is going to be number 130, Valkyra, a 19-year-old Canadian warm blood mare by Vulcan, out of Finely Driven by Final Pool, bred in Canada by Lea Bernstein.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got a real treat for you here this morning. It's around about 11:30 local time here in Traverse City. And we've got an absolute treat of sport yet to come for you. We have this junior individual test, and it's been a fantastic competition so far. We, of course, brought you the team competition just a couple of days ago. That competition was won by Region 4, that fantastic team, with only 3 riders clinching the gold medal. Canada took the silver medal in the team competition. Region 7 took the bronze. But so far in this competition, Canada are looking very, very strong again. There we have a Canadian competitor at the top of the leaderboard in Anna Swackhammer. Lexi Kment, who was on that gold medal winning team, is in the silver medal spot here this morning, and Madison Sumner is in 3rd place. We move on now, though, to Olivia Tomljenovic with Valkyra. Olivia herself is 17 years old. Her personal best score is 56.422 in this competition. And Olivia was on that silver medal winning team for Canada. She scored 63.333 in the team competition. And Valkyra is her ride. Valkyra is a 19-year-old mare by Vulcan out of a Final Pool mare, a Canadian warm blood. She competed in a couple of junior competitions in thermal back in November of last year. Scored 56.422 and 59.747. So certainly come on from those performances. Now, if she can maintain this score, this would be a personal best. She's at 61.5% now. Just got a couple of losses of rhythm happening here. Goes a little bit sideways on the corners as well. You know, even around the turns, around these corners, we're still looking for straightness in the body. It is not a lateral movement. We're not looking for sideways movement. Was just showing a little bit of resistance there as well, and that'll be reflected both in the scores here and in the collective marks as well. Of course, we have collective marks for the rider, for the pacers, and for submission. In general, they are things that go into a collective mark here. It's a little different in the junior test. We have 1 collective mark for general impression, but those things will all come under that. Coefficient of 2 for that as well. Just a little bit more tension creeping in, heading towards the second half pirouette. Nicely stepping through and obediently off into canter. We're sort of getting 5.5 to 6 to 6.5 for much of this test so far. nicely slipped through change. Not the most expressive, but I think that's perhaps something that is just characteristic of this horse. Again, a little bit of resistance in the simple change, just holding in the walk a little longer than might possibly consider being asked for. I'm not really seeing much extension of the frame there. But again, the change is popped through quite cleanly. Bit of a sidestep into the halt. But a nice moment of stillness there, just the horse kind of fiddling a little bit with the head. But nice pats, the horse of course here, Valkyra. Valkyra is 19 years old, so one of the more experienced horses in the field. We have a few older horses, but we also have some younger ones as well. Great for these young riders to be able to learn from their more experienced partners as they come up through the ranks. This, of course, the junior competition, but we also have the young rider competitions here this week as well. Today, of course, sees the junior individual test. We'll bring you the young rider individual test tomorrow morning. It will be kicking off at 8:30 a.m. local time. Saturday afternoon then shows further horse inspections for them before the freestyle, but there is the score for Olivia Tomljenovic. It's 61.824. She goes into 15th place at the moment for Canada. Yes, some second horse inspections on Saturday afternoon before both the juniors and the young riders go on with their freestyle tests. So both categories competing in a team competition, an individual and then an individual freestyle. All of which will be streamed live on the USCF network and live here from Traverse City. We bring you a lot of show jumping action from these North American Youth Championships as well. Today sees the junior and young rider team competitions. Saturday will be the children's and pre-junior individual finals. And then Sunday we see the junior and young rider individual finals. Well, there's quite a bit to look at for the horses in this beautiful arena. Of course, the sunshine making things quite eye-catching, possibly a little bit of reflection on the whiteboards there. Just catching the eye of our next horse, who is Gus, ridden by Lea Landreville-Cloutier, who rides again for Canada. Rides, though, not on the team. Yesterday, Lea rides as an individual. Gus is an 11-year-old KWPN, so Dutch bred, gelding by Zhivago out of a nobility mare. Sets off with a very positive medium trot. Nice extension of the frame. Nice transition in and out of that movement as well. Gets a 6.5 for the medium trot. She competed this horse at the Ottawa Dressage Festival in May and was reserve champion in the junior division there. They're allowing the reins down a little, just encouraging the horse to stretch down. Didn't really stretch across the back too much when given the opportunity to do so. And therefore it's 6.3. Good mark for the transitions though, a 6.5. Remember, it's crucial that they really pay attention to how they get in and out of these movements as well. You know, it's not just about the sort of central portion of a lot of these movements, it's about how they get to and from the extension as well, and then back to the collected movements. Here in the walk and in the half pirouette, we're looking for maintaining of the rhythm, we're looking for forward movement. Lea Landreville-Cloutier pulling that off well. Again here we're looking for an extension of the frame, we're looking for movement across the back in the extended walk, we're looking for a good level of overtrack. Lea won the FEI freestyle class at the Ottawa Dressage Festival, where she was reserve champion for juniors as well. Just sets off a little bit on the wrong leg. Quickly rectifies that problem though. Nice change, just a fraction behind with the hind legs. A little bit of a trot step into the simple change as well, but obediently off again. .1 for the flying change there as well. Getting some really nice marks for the changes. They are certainly obedient. She's a little on the angle for the final halt, and so that might just be reflected in the marks. But it's a nice test. Lea Landreville-Cloutier, she was riding as an individual in the team test. Yeah, 3.6 for the previous flying change. Here though, this is only an individual competition. No team score for this test.
Enjoys reading, drawing, swimming, dancing, and watching excessively too many movies.
Canadian team led by their chef d'équipe Danielle Gallagher-Le Griffon, and also by their non-travelling chef d'équipe Courtenay Fraser, who give great support to their team members. Lea Landreville-Cloutier then concluding that test for Canada. She's our final competitor for the Canadian competitors, but we have plenty more American competitors representing a whole range of different regions coming forward in the next hour or so. So 62.823 for Lea Landreville-Cloutier and Gus goes into 11th place at the moment.
From the judge at M, 64.118. And from B is 61.176, giving them 62.823. Now the next in is number 126, Finn. 13-year-old Oldenburg gelding by Petermark and RW under Granny's Luck by Donohue. Bred in Germany by Mike Kanitsky. It's ridden by Quentin Sloan from Rhode Island.
Moving on then to our next competitor, we go now to Quentin Sloan. Quentin rides the horse Finn and rides for Region 8. Region 8 were just outside the medals in the team competition. He's just struggling to keep the straightness here on his entry with Finn. But a nice halt. Finn is a 13-year-old gelding by First Piccolo out of a Donohue mare, and is a horse that Quentin owns himself. This horse is an Oldenburg, another warm blood. Good hind leg engagement here in the medium trot to get things off to a pretty good start. Shame about the entry. It's just needed a little more straightness. But the horse now looking more uphill, particularly in some of these lateral movements. There we go, a 7 for the medium trot, nicely rewarded by the judges. So you see in the dark grey strip on the graphic in the corner of your screens, that's Quentin's scores, and the percentage score to the right of the individual movement score is his trending score. So that's where he's sort of trending at this point, 64.3%. In the white strip just below, you see our leaders' score at this point, their trending score at this point, as well as their score for that movement. So you can just keep track of where Quentin is, or the competitor in the ring, in relation to the leading score. Quentin was really inspired to begin his equestrian career by his sister. His sister Ellie, who chose to have a try at horse riding and then passed on that love of the sport to Quentin. This is Quentin's penultimate year as a junior because he's 17 years old. And this is his international competition debut. But another competitor who's been lucky enough to be selected for one of those fantastic training programs. Quentin participated in Landon Gray's winter intensive training program, which was held through January until March in Wellington in Florida. And that is a fantastic program that really gives these young athletes the chance to develop their horsemanship skills, develop as athletes in their own right, gives them opportunities to train with top coaches, and really, really brings on their sport, brings on their riding. And Quentin used that time down in Florida to build a relationship with this horse, Finn. Horse is owned by the Dressage for Kids program and previously competed to Inter 1 level. Again, a little late behind. In an ideal world, we'd see the hind legs stepping through absolutely in unison with the front legs in the flying changes. Quentin campaigned the horse Vigor's Boss Man last year at the 3rd level, finishing with a 4th place in the junior and young rider 3rd level division at the USDF Region 8 Championships, Dressage Championships taking place in New York. Yeah, just the flying changes getting marks in the 4s, which is going to bring Quentin's score down, but you know, they've got to be a little more together than that. Here again, we're losing the straightness on the diagonal line. The quarters swinging out as Quentin's preparing for the flying change.
Now at the final salute, Quentin Sloan.
Halts and throws his arms around the horse's neck. It's just lovely to see, and it's fantastic to see these young riders having such a great bond with their horses. They work so very hard to get to this level, so very hard to get to these championships, and to see them be really thrilled with their performances is just really heartwarming. It's just lovely to see.
Thin, kind-hearted horse, always up to work and only wants to please. The score for Quentin Sloan.
Well, goes into the top 10 at the moment. Quentin Sloan and Finn take 10th spot with 63.353%. Again, not too much discrepancy between the judges, but it's 10th spot for the Region 8 rider. Will he hang on to a spot in the top 10? Drops Katherine Nayak into 11th, and he slots just behind Emily Bansky. Emily with that impressively experienced horse, Vincento, the 20-year-old gelding.
So our next in now is going to be 102. Il Divo, 9-year-old Dutch warm-blood gelding by Janssen, out of Passau by Kelvin, bred in the Netherlands at the Kloek Stables, owned and ridden by Frankie Kessner from New Jersey.
Frankie Kessner comes next. Frankie with the horse Il Divo, her own horse. It's a 9-year-old. And Frankie hails from Region 1. Region 1, of course, covers Delaware, Maryland, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Virginia, DC, and North Carolina. Il Divo is, as I say, a 9-year-old Dutch-bred gelding, and in the team competition, Frankie posted a score of 62.061. Horse by Glocks Johnson. And Frankie herself is 16 years old. A loss of balance just coming into the medium there. Frankie could just do with a little more straightness in the body and the lateral work. But the rhythm is consistent. Just trying to maintain the extended trot here. There's a little bit of something here. There's a little bit of tension going on. I think Frankie doing well to maintain things with Il Divo. They scored 61.939% last year. An overall average of 66.495% in other competitions. Frankie has a couple of horses that she competes in dressage, so Il Divo that we see here, as well as Shiloh, who's a bit of an older horse. She also competed at the Region 1 Championships at the Virginia Horse Center last year, but has been competing really well in Florida this year. Some very good marks. Wouldn't necessarily be the most expressive horse, and again, the front legs jumping through in the change before the hind legs. That's something they've really got to watch out for. Yeah, similar thing again in the hindquarters, swinging out. Important to keep the straightness not only on movements like this, but also through the changes. And she's got to be a little careful of the body placement in some of the lateral work as well. Gets to the final halt though, Frankie Kessner and Il Divo. Fives for the changes. But some nice marks for some of the medium work.
When not riding. She loves to cook and bake, and her favorite movie is Julie and Julia. A movie about the famous cook Julia Child. And speaking of food, Il Divo really loves bananas and watermelon.
just heads out of the arena. We'll bring you that confirmed score for Frankie Kessner of Region 1 as soon as we have it. There we go then, 63.088. Frankie Kessner goes into 12th spot, just outside the top 10. But it's going to take something quite special to knock Anna Swackhammer off the top spot. The score 69.029%. The closest rival to Anna Swackhammer is Lexi Kment, who's in second place with 68.235. But 69.029, that's the score to beat. Looking down our list though, we do have some excellent competitors to come. Ella Fructer was excellent in the team competition, as was Kylee Kment. Of course, Kylie's sister Lexi sitting in the silver medal spot. So they are certainly competitors to keep your eye on. But this lady is looking strong going around the outside of the arena, just preparing to enter at A. This is Nicole Lang, who rides Jagger DG. Nicole on the team for Region 2 in the team competition. And Jagger DG is owned by Pamela Lang and is one of the younger horses in our field. Nicole herself is 17 years old, but Jagger is just an 8-year-old by Idocus Crown. And with Fleming on the dam side breeding. Plenty of Dutch bred horses in the field here. Some lovely, lovely horses. Nicole Lang then, 63.97 the score in the team test. But for Region 2, now she tackles this individual test. Nicole has her USDF bronze medal and was the third level junior and young rider reserve champion at the 2021 US finals. They were also fourth in the whole nation of the United States on the qualifying list for this championships. So potentially very strong here. They had one absolutely outstanding performance recently in a fourth level test 3 in June. They scored 71.250, which included 8 scores, including an 8 on some tempi changes every 3 strides in that test. In the junior team test in the past few months, she averages around 69 to 71%. Nice steps around in the pirouette, but again could do with a little more forward motion there. Nice to see her really lengthening the reins and allowing the horse forward in the extended walk. She's getting some very nice marks here. Obedient through the simple change as well. That's a nice change. Slightly sort of threw it to the other side, but not dramatically. You know, that would really be if we were being really very picky. We have to bear in mind that these are the junior tests, so you know they are the pinnacle of the sport for the junior competitors, and they have worked so hard to get here. They work hard on improving these movements.
And a final salute now.
Probably on
Nicole
almost daily
Lang
basis.
From Wisconsin with Jagger DG. Attending Kettle Moraine High School of Health Sciences. Looking to be a doctorate in physical therapy and enjoys photography.
But a good few bits to like. Nicole Lang with Jagger DG for USA Region 2. Region 2 covers Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Michigan, Ohio, West Virginia and Wisconsin. Just a few counties missing from the West Virginia lineup. It's 63.441 for Nicole Lang. For Region 2 goes into 10th place at the moment. Judges pretty much in agreement there. The judge at B had her a little higher, but 63.441 is the average score.
64.412, giving them 63.441.
Well, going into 10th spot is Nicole Lang, and Nicole is our 21st competitor, so we're heading into the final 10. Nicole, as I say, in the 10th spot, so will be interesting to see if she holds on to that place. We're running a fraction ahead of time, so we might just have a minute or two to wait for Ella Fruchterman. Ella was also on that winning team, the gold medal winning team for Region 4 just a couple of days ago with the horse Holt Le Mans.
Is going to be number 114, Holtz Le Mans, 11-year-old Danish warm-blood gelding by L'Espoir, out of Lady Annabelle by Dunoir, bred in Denmark by Kirsten Holt Rasmussen, owned by Ella and Todd Fruchterman, written by Ella Fruchterman.
They were another of the absolute standout performances, one of the top performances in the team competition. She scored 69.303 there. She owns this horse with Todd Fruchterman, and it's an 11-year-old gelding. But as I say, she was a key part of the Region 4 team going for the gold medal and getting it. Only 3 riders, remember, on the Region 4 team, which makes it even more exceptional that they were able to clinch gold. Region 4, of course, the team that won the gold in 2021 as well. And Ella was on that team in 2021 as well. In fact, it was the exact same team getting the gold 2 years in a row. Here though with Holt Le Mans, we head into the individual test. Last year she was 6th in the individual freestyle with this very horse, scoring 70.15%, and she's scoring very well already. Ella is also the highest ranked American rider on the FEI World Junior rankings. She's in 72nd place on that list, which is a pretty incredible thing to have achieved. Get 7s for the circles. Oh, here now this horse is really stretching down so well. That's exactly what we're looking for here. And yep, no resistance in picking up the contact again. Lovely partnership. The extended trot looking beautiful from this angle. Great engagement, gives them quite the impulsion and no speeding up. Just an extension of the frame and of the strider. 7.5 for the give and retake of the reins. First time we've seen that for that movement, especially a 7 for the extended trot. Ella has her silver and bronze USDF medals. And she actually qualified for this championships with 2 horses, but chose Holt Le Mans to compete here. Well, her trending score is now over 70%. This could be a new leader. 7.1 for the half pass. Plenty of spots here where we're seeing scores we haven't seen yet. Nice extension of the frame, great overtrack, great ground covering stride in the extended walk. Really is just what the judges are looking for. .8 for that movement. We're just dropping under the 70% mark, but this horse has a great canter as well. It certainly had in the team test. You never know, she may well keep climbing above 70% as this test goes on. Nice change. Really nice line change. Again, it's really the engagement that gives her that good ground cover. A 7 for the change. You also can't put a price on a mistake-free test, and we've seen a couple of competitors earlier on who sadly have had a few mistakes. Ooh. There's quite a long walk section in the simple change there. We're looking for 3 to 5 steps. It'd be interesting to see how the judges score that, because it was obedient but a little long in the walk. Another 7. Really nice placement in the half pass as well. Ooh, a 7.1 for the simple change. It's a little tricky to see, but I think we could have perhaps had a little more in the extended canter. But again, you know, as I say, you can't put a price on a mistake-free test, and I should think that is what Ella Fruchterman is really aiming for here as well. 7 for the counter-canter. Her trending score is still in the lead, just a slight swing to the right with the hindquarters in the halt. But that was a very, very nice test. We know that Region 4 is very successful in the dressage. Region 4, remember, covering Iowa, Kansas, Minnesota, Missouri, Nebraska, North Dakota and South Dakota, and Ella Fructerman representing that region extremely well.
Score now for Ella Fructerman.
Well, Ella Fructerman, that is confirmed. She takes the lead, 69.294. What a fantastic performance. Oh, the judge at C had her over 70% as well. That is outstanding. Anna Swackhammer is knocked out of the top spot. She's been there for a good while. She's knocked into the silver medal place. As Ella Fructerman, the highest ranked rider on the FEI Junior World Ranking list, takes gold medal spot. Lexi Kment is knocked into bronze. But how long will that stay in place as well? Because we've got plenty more to come. Kylee Kment, sister of Lexi, is last to go in this section as well, and is absolutely not one that you would want to bet against. Kylie scoring the highest score in the team competition overall. Before that though, we've got Lucas Garvey here. Lucas with the 13-year-old, another Dutch-bred horse, Everest. This one is by Sorrento, out of a Davignon mare. And again, Lucas has been getting some lovely marks with this horse. Competed at the Virginia Horse Show in Lexington in May of 2022, where he scored 63.187 in the team competition and 65.735 in the individual test. Now, a score of 65.735, that is the exact score of Alison Campbell-Wright, so that would put Lucas into equal fifth. He's going to need a better score than that to get into one of the podium positions. This is a horse that was previously ridden by Maggie Tuft and is owned by Jeff Dunkelberger. And Lucas rides for Region 1, region from the northeast of America, Delaware, Maryland, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Virginia, DC and North Carolina. Lucas scored 62.939 in the team competition. His was a counting score for Region 1, helping them to that 5th place finish. His scores are climbing. He's now into 7th. He could well have a top 10 finish here. Nice transition into the walk, and again we're looking for the maintenance of the rhythm. It was good in the trot work. Yeah, nice through the pirouette as well. Just a little bit of tension creeping in here. This is the point where we've seen this from a few horses. They're just starting to anticipate the movement because they know that once they've gone through this pirouette, then they get to canter. Nice strike off into the canter there though. Just making sure that the horse keeps forward in the simple change. It's not time for the halt yet. He's dropping just out of the top 10. Sadly a 1 for that flying change. There have been some really positive points in this test, but just a couple of mistakes drops them rather down the rankings.
Lucas Garvey from Virginia with Everest. Attending K-12 Private Academy. Lucas, when not riding, enjoys riding dirt bikes, and he also plays the banjo. He's a Life Scout with Boy Scouts, and close to attaining his Eagle Scout rank.
It's a nice halt to finish. Lucas Garvey's probably not going to challenge the leaders here, but there is still plenty to like. And I'm sure his comrades from Region 1 will be very, very proud of that. 65.735 was his score at the Virginia Horse Show in the individual test. So I think he'll be a little below that. Just a couple of mistakes taking his score down a little. 61.971 is the total score. Lucas Garvey, he's in the top 20. He's in 19th place.
H, 61.029. Percentage from C, 61.324. From M, 63.529. And from E, 62.647. And that is going to give them 61.971.
So, if we just take a quick look at our leaderboard, still out in front we've got Ella Fructerman. She pipped Anna Swackhammer, who was our long-time leader, into second place. And Lexi Kment is in the bronze medal spot. This, though, could shake things up even further. This is Lexi Kment's sister, Kylee Kment. She was, of course, on the gold medal winning team for Region 4, not only this year, but last year as well. She got the highest score in the team competition last year, which was 69.606. And yes, as I say, it was the highest score in the team competition in 2021. Now in 2022, she has the highest score here again. That is exceptional. Kylee Kment, sister to Lexi Kment. She's already got 1 gold medal under her belt this year, and this is what could really shake things up. 7.7 for the entry and hold. That, I believe, is the highest score we have seen given to any rider for any movement so far. This shoulder in is really nice as well. Perfectly placed, good amount of bend. It's expertly ridden. And I think a little friendly sibling rivalry between Kylee and Lexi. Remember though, Lexi was the triple gold medalist last year. Kylee just falling a little short of that. The horse here is Honor. Honor is a 10-year-old gelding owned by Jamie Kment. Horse just showing a slight bit of resistance. I'm not sure if there might be a little bit of an insect going on there or something, because it certainly doesn't seem to be a resistant horse around the rest of the test. A 7.3 for the give and retake. Horse has a great lift in these paces as well. Remember, we have 1 collective mark as well for the general impression, which covers those things we were talking about earlier, the submission, the paces, and the harmonious presentation is mentioned as well, and that's certainly something you could say about this pair. She's trending now over 71%, and these are just some of the best scores we've seen. Well, the pirouette, great as well. The rhythm is there. The forward pace is there throughout that movement. She's allowing the horse down and forward in the neck and allowing the extension of the frame in the extended movements as well. Kylee Kment has rather read the textbook on this test, and it shows. Oh, slight loss of balance going into the pirouette there. Oh, the walk marks have her dropping down into second. Yeah, 5.9 from the half pirouette, just reflecting the loss of balance. Let's see if she can get back up to the lead for the canter. Now that was an interesting flying change. You reached for it almost with the front legs. Little late behind. Again, maybe a fraction long in terms of time in the walk, in the simple change. Oh, now she's dropping down to third in terms of her trending score. Again, just sort of waited for the change there, which sometimes is what you need to do. Sometimes you have to sacrifice the placement of the change in the arena to make sure that it's clean. Ooh. Back legs kind of jumping together before jumping through in the flying change there. Good mark for the extended canter though. Well, the trot work was exceptional. Sadly, the walk just pulling her down a little bit. But the scores, it's climbing a little bit now again. Great test from Kylee Kment. Well, we'll have to see what the score is there. Could it be a medal? I'm sure she would dearly love one, and so would her sister Lexi. Lexi's in the bronze medal position, and Kylee could well drop Lexi out of the medals. It's quite a battle between those two, looking like a battle for bronze between the two sisters. But we shall soon see. Ella Fructerman is the one that is the rider to beat. Oh, it's 68.971. Oh, she's a fraction behind Anna Swackhammer, and Lexi Kment drops into fourth. Kylee Kment takes the bronze medal spot. It's 68.971. The judge at M had her on 70%, which would have had her in the lead. But it's bronze now for Kylee. And fourth place for last year's gold medal winner in this competition, Lexi Kment. Well, that has shaken things up. We thought that this section of riders would do so. Ella Fructerman is the one who really shook things up, taking the top spot, but Kylee Kment now takes the bronze medal place as well. There's the standings as they are at the moment. We just have one more section left to bring you. It's a leading score for Ella Fructerman. And there you see the rest of our lineup. So many talented young riders here, coming from all over the United States and Canada. Some personal bests in there. Some really, really great scores.
All levels.
Well, we take a short break once again as the arena is prepared once more for this competition. We'll be back with the remaining 6 competitors. First of those will be Josephine Hinneman. Lea Drew for the United States will be rounding things out. Josephine Hinneman will be kicking off at 12:57 local time, so again, in around about 15 minutes time. Don't go anywhere.
section.
Just under 3 minutes, we will continue with our last 6 rides in this 2022 FEI North American Youth Dressage Championships, our junior individual test. So our first to go after the break then is going to be
number 121, Copacabana MRF, 13-year-old Hanoverian gelding by Contucci out to Britannia by Bordeaux. Bred at Maple Run.
Welcome back, everybody, to this junior individual competition here at the North American Youth Championships at Traverse City. It's a beautiful sunny morning still. Well, rather, we're going into the afternoon now, actually. Time is going extremely quickly with the fantastic sport action that we've got here for you. We've had some absolutely outstanding combinations already. And following that fantastic result for Region 4 in the team competition, their 3 riders have been extremely strong in this individual competition as well. The 3 riders from Team 4 currently hold the first, third and fourth spots in this individual competition. Just incredible. Ella Fructerman is in the lead, Anna Swackhammer's in the silver medal position, and Kylee Kment holds the bronze spot. But it's now the turn of Josephine Hinneman to try to seal one of those medal positions. She rides Copacabana MRF, who's a 13-year-old gelding by Contucci out of a Bordeaux mare. This is owned by Natalie Hamilton Hinneman. And as I say, Josephine is aiming for one of the top spots. She already has a bronze medal from the team competition and a great start here already, a 70.2 for the entry and halt. She scored 64.818 for Region 7 as a team. And she'll be looking for a higher score than that. Her trending score for the trot work is very, very good here. She's been competing in a number of international competitions, CDI and CDIO competitions in Temecula and Traverse City, as well as in Thermal. That was a little while ago. That was back in 2020, but she's got a good international record. She rode at Temecula in May of this year with this horse, scored 71.308 in the freestyle test, 67.206 in the individual, that's the equivalent to this competition, and 66.262 in the team. So she's already gone for and got a better score in the individual versus the team competition back in Temecula. Now, can she do the same thing here today? A score of 67.2 would at the moment have her in 6th, which would still be a great result. So after a very good start, interestingly, we're just dropping down here in some of the trot marks. We're in trending just over 66%, 66.4, and Josephine's into 6th place in terms of her trending score. But it's not all over. We're only about halfway through the walk movements, and of course the canter could well bring this up. Good over track in the walk, in the extended walk, and it's nice to see Josephine allowing the horse's neck to stretch down, allowing the extension of the frame, which is what the judges are looking for. Nice flying change there, especially considering it's the one in the middle of the arena. She kept the straightness very well. Often these horses find it somewhat easier to keep the straightness along the edges of the arena because they've got the boards to sort of hold them, if you like. She's actually doing extremely well to keep the straightness, and the marks are climbing as a result of that. We've had a good few horses so far in this competition who have struggled a little with the straightness, and it does really affect the marks. Well, a nice halt to finish for Josephine Hinneman and Copacabana MRF. Some really nice marks, some good flying changes in there, getting some 7s. Our leaders have set quite a challenge. Of course, Josephine competed in this competition last year as well to 8th place in the individual freestyle. They scored 69.250. Josephine Hinneman's score in then, she's in 7th place. It's a really good result for her, 65.706 is the score. It's an improvement on her score from the team competition. She won't be getting a medal, but she already has that team bronze. So she goes into 7th place. She's going to pip Anna Yost into 8th. And that means that Emily Bansky will drop out of the top 10. Ella Fruchterman, though, is still in the lead. It's such a tough score that she's set for the other riders to try to catch. 69.294%. That's the score to beat. It's a big ask. As we continue down our list, Ella Fruchterman will be all too aware of what she needs to do. She'll be all too aware of how many riders are to come and how likely she is to hold on to the top spot, or how many she can have go before she's guaranteed a medal. Maggie Elizabeth Evans with Fuengirola will be the next combination coming forward. This is a 7-year-old mare, really pretty young horse. Maggie, 17 years old herself. Their career best is 54.265. It's a horse by Thurston Look. Is an Oldenburg mare out of a Sir Donoghall mare. Owned by Diana and Jeffrey Evans. And Maggie rides on the Region 7 team. So again, she's already got a bronze medal in the team competition. She competed alongside Josephine Hinneman there. And she scored 67.727 in that competition in the team class. This not quite going so well so far. She did post a personal best score herself in the individual test back in July. That was 69%, but that was with a different horse. That was with the horse Star Vaughan. In May 2022, she posted an individual score of 54.265. Could do with the quarters coming over a little more in the lateral movements. Her trending score is just over 66% right now. All of these horses are absolutely beautifully presented here as well. Great support teams for these young riders, but you know, the way that these horses are turned out and presented in this competition is just exceptional. Also great to see. And it really adds something to the competition. It really adds to the sense that, you know, this is a championships. as we were saying earlier, it's really something that these competitors have been aiming towards. Of course, we had the Youth Equestrian Games this year as well, but these North American Youth Championships are absolutely the pinnacle of the sport for the riders over here on this side of the pond, as we might say in the UK. Nice simple change as well, a little bit of a lifting of the head going into the canter on the left rein, but it was, you know, it was marginal. Only if we're being particularly picky we'd pick up on that, really. Nice flying changes as well. Nice and straight on the wall of the arena there against the boards.
Now at the final salute, Maggie Evans from California with Fuengirola.
Lots of pats, and it's great to see Fuengirola looking very relaxed in this arena as well. Of course, they've had the chance to do some arena familiarisation. They've already been in here in the team competition, so they should be quite comfortable in this arena now. By the time we get to this individual test, Fuengirola, despite being a young horse, is certainly relaxed. Maggie competes for Region 7 of the USA. And as I say, she is a rider who already has a bronze medal for her team. Rode on the team alongside Josephine Hinneman, Emma Chisholm and Anna Yost. She's the final competitor for them to come forward in this individual competition. But there is her score. It's 65.030. Again, it's an improvement on her team score, which I'm sure she'll be very pleased with, and a 67.5 from the judge at B. So much to like. A lot for Maggie to be proud of there. She goes into 9th place.
Next in, number 125, Havana 133.
It's going to just push Gabriel Epstein down the way a little bit. I believe it's 9th, but I'll just confirm that for you as soon as we have it. Yes, goes into 9th place. Gabriel Epstein into 10th. The top 10 finish is so valuable for these competitors. It's really a very, very good result indeed. Of course, they would love to have a medal, but to be in the top 10 is fantastic as well. Well, just 4 horse and rider combinations still to come. The horse that we have in here is Havana 133, and it's the turn of Emily Jakowski. This horse is owned by Wesley Dunham and is a 15-year-old mare by Hotline. Emily's career best score is 63.853. Alabaster 29 is the breeding on the dam side of this horse. Emily rides for Region 8 and scored 66.970 in the team competition, helping her team to a 4th place finish. She was the highest place competitor for Region 8 though. Region 8, of course, is Connecticut, Maine, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New York, Rhode Island, and Vermont. She's based in Millbrook in New York. Trains with Wes Dunham. Wes Dunham, who's trained 2 Paralympic US dressage riders. She was in the top 18 in both the team and individual competitions in last year's running of these North American Youth Championships. But again, you know, she's got a few international competitions on her record, primarily these championships, but she's really pretty well awarded as well. She was the reserve champion in the New England Dressage Association 2021 Year End Award. Reserve champion of the musical freestyle for 4th level NFEI Junior. She was also 3rd placed in the New England Dressage Association's FEI Junior Team Awards. Both of those were with Havana 133. She was also on the winning junior team at the Great American USDF Region 8 Championships. And she was also 3rd in the 3rd level freestyle at those very same Region 8 Championships, again with Havana 133. Some lovely transitions here. I think she would get some good marks for those. This is really nice lateral work, nice in the half pass. You know, she's got the quarters well over and a good amount of bend in the neck. Change is nice as well, kept the body nice and straight. Remember, we have the counter here, and then another flying change. Yeah, a fraction late behind, but still pretty nice. You could do with a little more straightness in the neck down the centre line, and just a little adjustment in the halt. But a good moment of immobility as well. Plenty of pats for the horse, and again the horse looking nice and relaxed in this arena. Gets a 6.9 for the change. Lots and lots to like there, particularly in the canter work. Emily Jakowski, I'm sure, will be hoping to improve on her score in the team competition. Remember, that was 66.97. A score similar to that would put her into 6th place in this individual class. She needs something.
Score now for Emily Czakowski and Havana,
Well, would you look at that? Goes into 6th place, in fact, 65.824. It's a little behind her team test result, but it's certainly a very good score still, 65.824. She'll take the 6th spot. She's going to drop Alison Campbell-Wright into 7th. That was a really nice round, a really nice test for the Canadian rider. Canada holding 2nd and now 7th spot, which is pretty impressive considering the number of competitors they have in this competition. Well, Ella Fruchterman, Anna Swackhammer and Kylee Kment, they are your medalists at the moment, and they're getting ever closer to being able to guarantee a medal. We have 3 riders left to come. So, if Lucinda Donaldson does not drop our leader Ella Fruchterman off the top spot, Ella will be guaranteed a medal. No doubt she'll be watching this competition eagerly from the sidelines, but in any case it's great to see so many supporters for these dressage competitors. Here we go then. Lucinda Donaldson rides Audi, a 17-year-old gelding, again Dutch bred, this time by Sir Sinclair, out of an Idocus mare. Lucinda herself is 15 years old. Could perhaps do with a little more engagement. That would just help the balance as well in the medium trot. Lucinda on the Region 1 team. She scored 65.515 a couple of days ago in that class to get a 5th place for the team. Region 1 that Lucinda represents here is Delaware, Maryland, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Virginia, DC and North Carolina. So she is from that area. Again, we could just do with a little bit more engagement. That would allow her and the horse to have a little bit more impulsion and a bit more power for the extension. Nice ground cover in the steps. We could just do with a slight bit more over track here. You can see she's using her seat, using her hands to try to allow the horse a little bit more movement, but not letting the reins out. She might know something we don't though about this horse's tendency to perhaps get a little bit tense. Nice flying change in the end there. Again, we could just do with a little more straightness. We don't really need to see the bend in the two directions in the simple change, but of course I'm sure it's something that Lucinda chose to do just to make sure that she got the correct strike off and just helping the horse to get a good strike off into canter. We're trending around 67%. At the moment, 67% would get her into 6th place. A top 6 finish would be really, really good.
Now at the final salute, Lucinda Donaldson from Pennsylvania with Audi.
4.8 for the flying change, just struggling with a couple of those. But again, there's certainly plenty to like. I think this horse, you know, has so much potential. You know, it isn't a more experienced horse, but certainly teaching Lucinda the ropes. It's a 17-year-old now.
And we have the
66.735, Lucinda Donaldson goes into a top 6 spot. The judges very much unanimous in their marking there. Hardly any discrepancy. But 66.735, Lucinda Donaldson gets a very good score. She will be guaranteed a top 10 finish, going into 6th place at the moment, and we just have 2 riders left to come. It also means then that Ella Fructerman is guaranteed a medal. Even if the next 2 competitors go ahead of her, she'll be guaranteed a bronze.
Bred at the Fransen stables in the Netherlands, owned and ridden by Emma Claire Stevens from Texas.
Our penultimate competitor then is Emma Claire Stevens, who rides De Nouvelle Vie. A horse that Emma owns herself. Another Dutch-bred horse, plenty of Dutch-bred horses in the field, and another 17-year-old. Great, as I say, to see these slightly older horses giving their young riders some confidence. And this one is a really nice gelding for her. Make a really nice picture, lovely uphill type of horse. Emma riding on the team for regions 3 and 9. And actually it was a real shame for that team because both Emma and her teammate Madison Sumner had fantastic performances. Emma scored 68.333. Madison Sumner 69.970. The highest score in the field in the team competition, but unfortunately their teammate Zainab Shah was eliminated, so they were eliminated as a team as they only had 3 riders. But 68.333, now that would be an impressive score. That would get 4th place here in this field today, but we've seen quite a few riders having higher scores in this individual test versus their scores in the team competition. So something a little higher could see her in contention for a medal. Kylee Kment's on 68.971 in the bronze medal spot. The trots are starting to give her some 7s, the trot work. Seven for the transitions, they're so important. Just lost a little bit of the body placement there, just needed to get the quarters over a little more in the half pass towards the end. She did set it up very well though. The walk is always a challenging moment. Oops. Keeps the rhythm up well in the half pirouette. Yeah, the 6.4 for the half pass coming there just because, as I say, she just needed to get the quarters over a little more towards the end. 6.2 for the half pirouette, just a bit of a misstep at the start. Good strike off though. She's set this half pass up well as well, and she's maintained the body placement well as well, keeping the quarters over. Sets her up well for the flying change and jumps through pretty cleanly. Now that's a very nice medium canter. You could really see a clear difference. 7s for the change. Another lovely clean change as well. A little loss of straightness during the simple change, but she got it back quickly. I think that's what's really very impressive actually about Emma Claire Stevens here. You know, if the horse slightly gets a little or loses the straightness slightly, she instantly corrects it. She straight away can see where the mistake could be and brings it back very, very quickly indeed. Another nice flying change, slightly swinging the body a bit more. And again, great impulsion in that extended canter and a good transition as well. Not too far down the arena in the counter canter, but still some steps there. Be interesting to see what the score is for that. And a lovely halt to finish. She really does look thrilled with this horse. Yeah, 5.8 for the extended canter because we just lost it a little at the end. It was a little bit more of an increase in pace. I wouldn't say there was particularly more in the tank there versus the medium canter, but there's so much to like. Just those couple of points just pulling her score down, but if she was maintaining the score of the top marks, she wouldn't be too far off the 70%, you know, a good few 7s for the changes, which is always tough.
She enjoys singing and playing the guitar, as well as working out and lifting weights.
Score will be coming in for Emma Claire Stevens very, very shortly, and I'm sure our 3 current medal holders, current medal position holders, will be looking at this score very keenly. So it's 64.324 Emma Claire Stevens and de Nouvelle Vie. It's quite considerably lower than her team score. But as I say, there really was a lot to like. And I'm sure if she can just control a couple of those movements and just minimise the mistakes, that score will climb and climb. So she's not going to challenge our leaders. She's not going to challenge the top 3. It means then that with only 1 rider left to go, Ella Fruchterman is guaranteed a silver. Anna Swackhammer is guaranteed at least bronze. Kylee Kment, of course, will be watching this with great interest. She's holding the bronze medal spot just above her sister, and only 1 rider is left to compete. It's the turn of Lea Drew with Jazz Beat. This is, for me, perhaps the most excitingly bred horse in the field. It's by Jazz, and out of a Sandro hit mare. Absolutely iconic breeding, and breeding that you would see in horses all the way to the very top of the sport. Sandro hit, a fantastic horse at the top level as well, and really going well as a dressage stallion. Was, of course, the 6-year-old dressage horse world champion. He's a sire of numerous top foals, based at the Schockermüller stable. It's been among the top 10 dressage sires for many years, about 10 years in fact. Of course, he's also the sire of 5 horses that competed at the Tokyo Olympic Games, including Adrian Lyle's horse Salvino. Adrian Lyle also is a competitor who competed at these North American Youth Championships in the past, so it just goes to show this is really a sign of what's to come for these competitors. They can come all the way up from the junior level through the young riders and then have success at the top. So Lea Drew then, and Jazz Beat, owned by Berryfield LLC. She's our final competitor. She was on the Region 8 team in the team competition 2 days ago. She scored 65.546 there. Not quite the opener that she might have liked, but she was in 4th place with the Region 8 team. But will she challenge the medal winners? Well, we're trending just above 61% because there's a couple of tricky parts here. This horse is, she's just struggling to keep his attention a little bit, I think. You know, he's a very expressive mover. Also, quite a big horse in the field as well. Oops. Just really lost the balance. Really needs to get the quarters over more in the lateral movements. Horse has got a good walk though. It's a shame that pirouette had a little bit of loss of rhythm again, and here, yeah, they're just not quite, the back legs aren't really stepping in a small enough circle. It's less a pirouette, more of a turn. Again, big stride in the canter. I should think we'll see a good few 7s for this canter work. Jazz Beat is 12 years old now. Horse is owned by Avery Griffin. Struggling with the change there, didn't really get it. Some trot steps there as well while she was trying to get back to the correct leg. It's very challenging.
Lea Drew from
Yeah, no
Massachusetts
real
and
moment of
Jazz Beat
inability
in their
there
final two.
either.
That is our last of
I mean, the
35.
horse has absolutely got the paces. It's just about controlling it and just about holding it all together here for this pair, I think.
Attends the Lincoln Sudbury Regional High School.
He's a lot of horse to contain. He's a lot of horse
She is
to
regionally
collect up.
first-level junior young rider
And I
champion
think that's what Lea
last
Drew
year.
was just struggling with a little bit there. But I mean, so much potential as a rider and so much potential for this horse as well. Absolutely got the breeding there. Got the paces there. But sadly, not quite coming through for them today. Well, wandering out of the arena, and that I'm quite sure is not going to challenge our leaders. We will wait for the confirmed score though for Lea Drew before I just confirm those medals to you. But what a day of competition, what a fantastic day of dressage action in this junior individual test. Some beautiful, beautiful combinations to watch. Such a treat to watch these riders and horses in action. Oh, just confirming that score for you for our final competitor. There we have it then. It's 60.412. It's going to go into 29th place for Lea Drew and Jazz Beat. They're just above the 60% mark. Unfortunately, they're not going to be challenging for a medal. But she does have a 4th place as part of the Region 8 team, so that is certainly something to be very, very proud of. And there was so much in that test to be very, very encouraging. So much in that test to like, and absolutely potential for days. However, we now have a new champion, a new gold, silver and bronze medalist in the junior individual test. It's gold for Ella Fruchterman and Holt Lehmann. What an amazing test with 69.294%. She is, of course, the highest ranked American junior rider in the FEI junior rankings. Anna Swackhammer takes the silver with Fabienne GB, 69.029%. Kylee Kment with honour takes the bronze medal with 68.971%. Just pips her sister Lexi into the 4th spot. There's the top 9 for you. It's been an incredible day of competition and a very well-deserved win for Ella Fructer and Anna Swackhammer. Pretty close behind, and Kylee Kment not far behind that either. But those 3 are your medalists. Ella Fructer reigns supreme in this junior individual competition. It doesn't all stop there, though, for the juniors. Ella Fructer has now 2 gold medals to her name, a gold in the team competition, now individual gold. Kylee Kment, also double medalist already at this championships, a team gold and an individual bronze for her. Anna Swackhammer, again, double medalist, 2 silver medals for her so far for Canada. That concludes the dressage action for today. But we bring you the young rider individual test tomorrow morning from 8:30 a.m. local time. Certainly, again, one that you will not want to miss. Saturday afternoon, we'll see a few horse inspections for both the juniors and the young riders. They have a second horse inspection. And then we'll be closing things out in the dressage arena on Sunday with the junior freestyle test from 8 a.m. local time in Traverse City and the young rider freestyle test from 12 noon on Sunday. The show jumping action is also carrying on throughout the week. So we have today taking place the junior team competition and the young rider team competition, which should be concluding fairly soon. Saturday we'll see the children's individual final and the pre-junior individual final, as well as a 3-star Grand Prix. Sunday, though, we'll see the junior individual final for the show jumping at 11 a.m. and young rider individual final from 2 p.m. local time. So much action still to come, all of which will be live on the USEF network and on Clip My Horse. Do stay with us for the rest of the week, but I will leave you with this prize giving. I do hope that you've enjoyed this junior individual test. It's certainly been a treat to take you through it. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon, everybody, and enjoy this prize giving.
So, ladies and gentlemen, lined up, we have our gold, a silver, and a bronze medalist from this junior individual class. I'm going to invite now our riders to dismount. Stand behind your respective podium. And ladies and gentlemen, your bronze medalist for junior individual is Kylee Kment, who rode honor with a score of 68.971. Coming forward now to congratulate, we have the judge at sea, Lee Tubman from Canada, to place the bronze medal. And with him is Tom O'Mara, our USEF president, for handshaking and presenting the flower. And ladies and gentlemen, your silver. From Canada, Anna Swackhammer riding Fabiana GV with a 69.029. Being congratulated once again by USEF President Tom O'Mara. And ladies and gentlemen, the 2022 gold medalist with a score of 69.294. This is another gold medal for Ella Fruchterman with Holtz Le Mans from the United States. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you all to rise and honor the flag as we play the anthem of the country of the gold medalist. Please all rise. Honor the flag as we play the anthem of the United States of America. So many congratulations. Now let's have a group photograph of our medalists together. There you have your gold, silver, and bronze medalists from the 2022 FEI North American Youth Dressage Championships Junior Individuals. So I'm going to invite our riders to return to those that did all the work. Holtz Le Mans, Fabiana GV, and Honor. Remount, ready for your lap of honor. So Ella, as a double gold medalist, I think you know the way. Please lead off your other medal-winning colleagues on your lap of honor. Ella Fruchterman from the United States with Holtz Le Mans, the gold medalist with 68.529. Silver medalist going to Canada, Fabiana GV, ridden by Anna Swackhammer. And bronze medalist Kylee Kment from the United States with honor.
I know I can count on me, so stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just 2-1 at most. It's just like that's how it is, 'cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. I have vision, oh can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions.
And Ella and Holtznemer, one more time, please. The arena is yours as the 2022 gold medalist for juniors.
For the champions, stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up. When I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. When I fall, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the
Ella Fructer,
champions.
Holtznemer, 2 days ago, gold medalist for Region 4. Today, individual gold medals with that 69.294. So, ladies and gentlemen, we can do this all over again tomorrow with our young riders and their individual competition. So have a great rest of the day, everybody.